Hey guys, tonight we're stepping back into a world of chamber pots, bread made of bark, and weddings that were more like land negotiations. You're standing in the chilly main hall of a timber manor, somewhere in 13th century Europe. Wow, there's no privacy, no plumbing, and certainly no Tinder, but there is a marriage market, and it's far more complicated than just finding someone who likes long walks by the moat. You probably won't survive this, not just because of the plague or questionable meat pies, but because marriage, as you know it, doesn't really exist yet. Love optional, dowries required, a goat, probably involved. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in the middle of a village square, boots slightly damp from the morning mist, watching the local bailiff shout out marriage announcements like it's open mic night. People aren't exactly swiping right, but names, properties, and family alliances are being bartered with the kind of strategic seriousness you'd expect from a chess tournament. The idea of marrying for love, that's adorable and largely unthinkable for anyone above the peasant class. Instead, you're a chess piece on your family's dynastic board. Your value in this system depends not on your personality, but your family name, land holdings, and yes, sometimes the number of pigs you bring to the table. Marriage is less a romantic milestone and more of a transfer of property rights, social obligations, and political leverage. It's not that no one loved each other, it's just that love was a happy accident, not the plan. And if you're a woman, your options are narrower than the slits in a castle turret. Daughters are raised knowing they'll be traded off like fine wine or a good mule. The key question isn't, does he make her laugh? It's, can he protect the family's reputation and help us not starve this winter? Romantic compatibility doesn't rank highly though, if he happens to own a mill. Hey, that's just dreamy. The medieval marriage market is brutally practical. Nobles marry to consolidate land. Merchants marry to expand business ties. Peasants marry, eventually, often after living together, and maybe even raising a few kids first. Historians still argue whether peasant unions were more emotionally free or just less regulated because no one was writing about them. Still, even for peasants, it's rarely a free-for-all. Local customs, religious expectations, and your feudal lord's whims all play a role. You might need permission just to propose, and if your potential spouse works another noble's land, better hope those two lords are on speaking terms. If they're not, your wedding plans may involve relocation, exile, or a small armed conflict. Nothing says romance like being banished for trying to tie the knot. Oh, and speaking of conflict, imagine you're a younger son. Your older brother inherits the land, and you get a blessing and maybe a rusty sword. To marry, you need to prove you can support a wife, but you have no land, no dowry, and no inheritance. Many of these younger sons turn to the church, become mercenaries, or marry the daughters of equally unfortunate tradesmen. It's less a choice and more a survival tactic. But even if you do find someone and all the legal stars align, there's still the small matter of your actual wedding. Forget flowers and DJs. A medieval wedding might take place in a muddy field, with your witnesses being the village blacksmith and a goat that wandered by. You say your vows, the priest mumbles something in Latin, and congratulations, you're now a legally recognized economic alliance with joint sheep responsibilities. The ceremony's not always the big deal we make it today. What matters is mutual consent, though defining consent gets squishy fast. If two people declare themselves married before witnesses, it often counts. There are stories of couples marrying themselves in barns or outside town walls simply by declaring it. The church will later try to regulate this more tightly. But for now, all that really matters is who saw you say the words. And don't get too cozy. Marriage can be retroactively challenged. If someone claims you were previously betrothed to their cousin or that your spouse was too closely related, medieval incest charts are a real headache. The whole thing can be undone. Not quietly either. Expect public shame, maybe a fine, possibly a trial. Marrying wasn't just a union of hearts. It was a legal event with land, inheritance, and honor at stake. That's why families micromanaged it. Your marriage was often negotiated when you were still learning how to walk. Some betrothals happened before children reached age 7. The phrase child bride wasn't just a creepy oddity, it was disturbingly normal, especially for noble alliances. Sure, consummation was supposed to wait, but what's supposed to happen and what did were rarely the same. And for men, delaying marriage into their 20s or 30s was normal again because they had to prove financial stability first. So, if you're imagining a charming 18-year-old couple getting married under a willow tree, think again. It's more likely a middle-aged farmer marrying a 14-year-old girl whose family needed grain. Modern ideals like dating or growing together simply don't translate. The marriage market of the Middle Ages wasn't built for partnership. It was built for utility. A wife needed to manage the household, bear heirs, and not embarrass the family. A husband needed to provide, protect, and not get arrested for heresy. If love bloomed after the wedding, great, but if not, that was hardly grounds for complaint. And yet, despite it all, people still laughed, flirted, made up songs, and carved each other's initials into things. The human heart finds a way even in woolen tunics and drafty cottages. But first, you had to get past the goats, the paperwork, and your cousin's claim that you were promised to him during a feast you don't remember attending. So, let's say you somehow managed to escape being betrothed to your second cousin at the age of 5 and actually make it to your late teens single. What now? Well, now you enter the joyful realm of courtship customs, by which I mean you tiptoe through a minefield of parental oversight, church regulations, and deeply weird local traditions involving fruit baskets and coded embroidery. You stroll through the market square, hoping to catch someone's eye, but the game is subtler than modern flirting. In some parts of medieval Europe, there are strict customs around how to express interest. Maybe you gift someone a glove or drop one accidentally on purpose. Maybe your family sends a loaf of bread to theirs. If they eat it, they're interested. If they return it untouched, better luck next harvest. Some communities even have night courting, where young men visit young women at night to allegedly talk. Yes, in bed, with the family watching. In some regions, this was called bundling, and it involved the couple being wrapped up in separate sacks or a board placed between them like a chaste medieval pillow fort. Historians still argue whether this practice was as innocent as it sounds or just an elaborate excuse to bypass nosy parents. Meanwhile, your parents are busy negotiating with the other party's parents over dowries, inheritance clauses, and social rank like it's a merger between rival kingdoms. For most people, love isn't so much about romance as it is about math specifically. How many sheep, sacks of grain, or square feet of land will change hands if this marriage goes through? And let's not forget the church. The medieval church is very interested in your personal life. Technically, marriage is a sacrament, a holy union, but at this point in history, it's still evolving. For a while, marriages don't even require a priest, just mutual consent and witnesses. It's not until the 12th century that the church starts flexing more control, and even then, enforcement is uneven. Imagine being told you're married because someone overheard you saying, "I take thee behind the alehouse." Surprise, you're now legally obligated to split your livestock. The church also lays out a dizzying web of forbidden relationships. You can't marry anyone within 7 degrees of consanguinity, which basically rules out half your village. Given the small size of most communities, this makes things complicated. That girl you're sweet on, probably your 4th cousin, better check the family tapestry before popping the question. And if you're a widow or widower, congratulations, your love life is now a public matter. Remarrying is allowed, but everyone will have an opinion. Were you truly mourning long enough? Are you jumping back into the marriage market suspiciously quickly? People gossip, and your social standing may take a hit. Even widows with means who technically had more autonomy often remarry, not for love, but for protection and social survival. But let's rewind a bit. You're a young woman in a village, spinning wool by the hearth, and a suitor arrives with gifts, a carved comb, perhaps, maybe a bit of ribbon or a bird cage with an actual bird in it. Yes, that was a thing. In one documented case, a man in 15th century France tried to woo a woman with a basket of pears and a song he'd written about chickens. She turned him down, presumably because she wasn't that into poultry-themed poetry. Courtship is a delicate ritual, too forward, and you risk scandal, too shy, and someone else will claim your chosen partner before you can finish your third spindle of flax. And in some places, young women wear specific headdresses to indicate their availability. Imagine if dating apps came with required headgear. Actually, never mind. We're not ready for that. At public festivals and fairs, the pressure ramps up. These events are full of eligible young people. Music, food, and ale, which, as we know, is a dangerous cocktail for bad decisions. A dance might lead to a proposal, or at least a strongly worded letter from someone's father. There are even accounts of mock weddings performed for fun, some so convincing, couples ended up legally married by accident. Then there's the tricky question of premarital intimacy. Officially, big no-no, but unofficially, well, life is muddy. Historians still argue whether premarital sex was rare or just underreported. In some places, trial marriages were common cohabitation with the expectation of eventual marriage, especially among peasants. The church grumbled, but communities often looked the other way, especially if a baby arrived and the couple agreed to make it official. And if no baby arrived and the couple split messy, people talk, reputation bruised. For women especially, the risk was high. A perceived fallen woman might find herself effectively unmarriageable unless her suitor was generous or pressured by the village elders into doing the right thing. You might think of this as an early, low-budget version of shotgun weddings. Some regions even practiced hand fasting, a kind of temporary engagement or trial union. You'd clasp hands, make vows, and be considered legally linked for a year and a day. If at the end you were still together, you'd marry properly. If not, well, hope you kept the receipt on those sheep. Even languages reflect the transactional nature of courtship. In many dialects, the word for wife is connected to household roles, bread baker, childbearer, or manager of domestic chaos. The word for husband might relate to protector or provider or, occasionally, plowman, because nothing says romance like the one who tills the earth. But in spite of it all, despite the livestock negotiations, embroidered innuendos, and endless church oversight, people still found ways to smile at each other across the market stalls, share sweetmeats on festival days, and carve their initials into tree trunks, which, let's be honest, was the medieval version of changing your relationship status. So yes, you could fall in love in the Middle Ages, but first you had to survive the chicken poetry, the bundling boards, and your aunt's very strong opinions about dowry size. By the time you're officially married in the Middle Ages, let's assume the pairs were accepted. Your bundling session passed the parental sniff test, and the church didn't find out about your cousin-level proximity. You now face the sparkling reality of what being a wife actually entails. And here's where it gets decidedly less poetic. Your wedding might have been a big village affair or a quiet family deal, but don't expect a honeymoon. More likely, you and your new husband return to his family's home or your shared one if you're lucky and start domestic life immediately. That means chores. So many chores. You wake up before dawn, probably to the sound of chickens squabbling, and start the fire. No fire, no breakfast, and no coffee, because this is medieval Europe and caffeine is several centuries away from trending. As a wife, your duties are practically endless. You tend the kitchen, spin wool, sew clothing, preserve food, manage the household accounts if you can read and write, which most can't, help in the fields if you're a peasant, or direct the servants if you're wealthier, which sounds fun until you realize that managing people without HR is exhausting. And marital bliss. Let's define bliss loosely. Marriages are functional, practical, and public. You and your husband might develop affection, respect, even love, but that's a bonus, not the expectation. Your worth is primarily measured by your ability to bear children, manage a household, and maintain your husband's reputation. No pressure. It doesn't help that your legal identity, basically non-existent. Once married, you become feme covert under English common law, meaning you and your husband are one legal entity, and that entity is him. You can't own property independently, enter contracts, or represent yourself in court. You're sort of like a medieval legal ghost with good sewing skills. Of course, this varies by region. In parts of France, women retain more autonomy under Coutume de Paris, and in many parts of Scandinavia, women had rights to inherit and manage land. Historians still argue whether these rights translated to actual power or were just nice in theory, like a medieval version of equal pay. Posters in a 1950s office, childbirth, inevitably becomes a central part of your life. You're expected to produce heirs, preferably male. The average woman might bear 5 to 7 children over her lifetime, though many don't survive infancy, and neither might you. Honestly, giving birth in the Middle Ages is risky business. There are no antiseptics, no epidurals, and your midwife might be your neighbor who also butchers pigs on weekends. You're given herbal infusions, whispered prayers, and possibly a birthing girdle decorated with saints. You're also given a 1 in 10 chance of dying during labor, depending on the century. And once you do survive and deliver your bundle of joy, the work really begins. No maternity leave here. Your days are now filled with feeding, clothing, bathing, and trying to stop your toddler from eating the candle wax. Children are dressed like miniature adults by age 4 and put to work soon after, so the term childhood is a bit optimistic. Meanwhile, your husband's job is, ideally, to provide and protect, but that doesn't mean he's emotionally available. This is not the age of love letters and candlelit confessions. More like he comes home from overseeing the fields, eats his stew, and then falls asleep beside you while snoring into your shared hay mattress. Romantic. Marital roles are strongly reinforced by the church, which preaches the natural order of men ruling and women obeying. The household is considered a microcosm of divine hierarchy. God rules man, man rules woman, and woman rules the laundry. It's a strange chain of command, but not every woman quietly submits to this system. Some push back. In urban areas, married women might assist or even manage their husbands' businesses. In places like medieval Paris, women are bakers, merchants, and textile traders. There's even evidence of women taking over their husbands' workshops after their deaths. It's not exactly gender equality, but it's enough to make some modern economists blink. And speaking of economic ingenuity, there's the brewster. That's a female brewer. And in many towns, it's women who run the beer trade. For centuries, brewing is a domestic task that becomes commercial, and women are right at the heart of it. They're also at the heart of gossip, local politics, and neighborhood disputes, whether they want to be or not. Then again, some marriages go very, very badly. You might face cruelty, neglect, or abandonment, and your options for escape limited. Divorce isn't really a thing, at least not easily, The church permits annulments under specific circumstances, non-consummation, consanguinity, fraud, but it's not like you can just walk into a medieval courtroom and demand a no-fault split. You'd need witnesses, wealth, and probably divine intervention. Separation is possible, in some cases usually enforced by the church or community leaders, but remarriage, off the table. So even if you leave a terrible marriage, you remain technically married in the eyes of both God and the law. Congratulations, you now have all the burdens of being a wife and none of the perks. Not that perks is the right word. That said, not every medieval woman is miserable. Some find companionship, partnership, or even joy. A few write letters to their husbands filled with real affection. One woman in 15th century England ends her letter with, "I love you better than any creature on earth." Another scolds her husband for forgetting to send money, but adds a smiley doodle in the margins. Yes, that's a thing. The truth is, medieval marriage is a system full of contradictions. It's rigid yet flexible, oppressive yet full of hidden pockets of agency. Love might not be expected, but it still shows up. Sometimes unexpectedly, in the form of a shared joke, a knitted cap, or a baby that finally sleeps through the night. And through it all, you're still that same woman who used to daydream in the meadows, picking wildflowers and wondering what life might bring. You just didn't expect it to bring so much laundry. You might think that being a widow in the Middle Ages would be one of the worst fates for a woman husbandless in a world built around marriage and male guardianship. But oddly enough, widowhood often becomes one of the most liberating chapters in a medieval woman's life. Assuming, of course, that you survive childbirth, plague, famine, and your husband's occasionally dicey carpentry skills. So let's say your husband, good old Bertram, has passed. Maybe he caught the sweating sickness, or fell off a scaffolding, or just peacefully didn't wake up after one too many tankards of questionable ale. Either way, you now find yourself alone and legally alive. Here's the twist: while marriage erased most of your legal identity, widowhood restores it. You're now considered a fully functioning legal person. You can own property, run a business, and even appear in court. It's like a medieval version of unlocking hard mode, but with the unexpected bonus of tax autonomy. If your husband was a tradesman or a merchant, you often inherit the right to carry on his business. There are records of widows running taverns, print shops, and textile workshops with astonishing competence. So, in one town, a widow continues operating her late husband's brewery so successfully that she's fined for brewing more beer than the guild allows. Now that's the kind of rebel energy we like to see. Some widows remarry, but many don't. Why would they? If you finally secured personal freedom, your own income, and the ability to make decisions without someone looking over your shoulder and grumbling about your barley bread, you're not exactly rushing to tie yourself to another man who insists that bathing twice a year is plenty. But widowhood isn't all self-actualization and successful brewing. There are challenges, too. You're often viewed with suspicion, seen as either a pitiable figure or, worse, a dangerously independent woman who's clearly up to no good. In literature and sermons, the widow archetype flips between holy and harlot, depending on who's writing the tale. The church tries to steer you toward piety. Widows are encouraged to wear black, remain chaste, and devote themselves to prayer and charitable works. In fact, some women willingly enter convents after their husbands die, finding peace in religious life away from the drama of family expectations. Others don't wait for widowhood and go full monastic straight from maidenhood, but for many, the convent is the retirement plan you didn't know you needed. Now, let's take a slight detour into the widow's wardrobe, because yes, even in grief, fashion matters. You might wear a widow's veil, a somber cloak, and fewer bright colors. But if you're wealthy, you still rock some serious fabrics: black silk, dark velvet, possibly a fur lining if you're really leaning into the mysterious gothic thing. Somewhere between mourning and mogul, you make an impression at the village market. Historians still argue whether this social space allowed widows to wield real influence or merely reflect a temporary exception. Some say widowhood was only powerful when backed by money or noble birth. Others believe that even common widows carved out surprising levels of autonomy. Either way, being alone was not always the disaster it appeared to be. Let's zoom in on a real example. Christine de Pizan, widowed at 25, left with children and debts. She picked up her quill and began writing, eventually becoming one of the first professional female authors in Europe. She wrote poetry, political commentary, and what might be the world's first feminist text, the Book of the City of Ladies, and all because she needed to support her family after her husband's death. Grief plus intellect equals groundbreaking literature. Of course, not every widow becomes a proto-feminist icon. Many are simply trying to survive. If you don't inherit enough to live on, you might take up spinning, weaving, midwifery, or working for wealthier households. Some join Beguine communities, semi-religious groups of women who live together in prayerful poverty, but without taking formal vows. It's kind of like the medieval version of a supportive co-housing situation, just with more incense. But being alone also means vulnerability. If a neighbor wants to contest your property or accuse you of witchcraft, which, unfortunately, becomes more common in later centuries, your status doesn't protect you. And there's always the underlying risk of being pressured by family, the church, or society into marrying again, whether or not that's remotely appealing. If you do remarry, expect some fine print. Your new husband might take control of your existing property, and any children from your first marriage could get tangled in inheritance drama. Some smart widows sidestep this entirely by negotiating prenuptial agreements. Yes, they existed, or marrying in secret. There's even the occasional scandal involving a clandestine second marriage that leaves church officials furiously thumbing through Latin legal scrolls. And let's not forget the noble widows. If you're lucky enough to be a lady of land and title, widowhood can elevate you into a full-fledged political player. You can act as regent for a young heir, negotiate alliances, manage estates, and direct armies. Eleanor of Aquitaine ruled 2 different kingdoms and outlived 2 husbands, all while casually founding a cultural golden age. Not bad for a grieving widow. Still, for most women, the benefits of widowhood come with a heavy emotional and physical cost. You've likely lost a partner, maybe children, perhaps even a home. But if you're resilient, smart, and just a little lucky, widowhood offers something that few medieval women ever get: space. Space to breathe, think, choose. And so, picture yourself now, years after your wedding, after the bundles of joy, the endless dinners of pottage and turnips, the occasional battle with plague or neighbors or ecclesiastical nonsense. You sit by the fire in your modest home, cat curled at your feet, managing your affairs with a sharp eye and a sharper tongue. You are not young, not naive, and not waiting for permission anymore. That's the power of being a medieval widow, underestimated, under-celebrated, and entirely capable of rewriting the ending to your own story. Now that you've secured the unexpected superpower of widowhood, however bittersweet it might be, you might start noticing how many rules existed just to keep you from getting to that point. See, medieval society was built like a very fragile Jenga tower. Pull out just one obedient wife, and the whole thing wobbles. So, let's talk about the legal maze you were trapped in as a married woman. It starts the moment you say, "I do," or more accurately, when your father hands you over like a bushel of grain to a man who's usually older, smellier, and mysteriously proud of his cabbage yield. This transfer isn't just symbolic, it's legal. In most places, Your identity is swallowed into your husband's like a spoonful of overcooked gruel under something called coverture, fancy word. Frustrating concept. A married woman essentially ceases to exist as an independent legal being. You can't own property. You can't sign contracts. You definitely can't sue someone in court unless your husband's involved. And even then, he's doing all the talking while you stand there nodding like a very quiet human lantern. Want to run a business? Only if hubby says yes, and preferably if it's something delicate and feminine, like ribbon making or selling herbal tonics that absolutely don't include opium. Because of course, what could go wrong with a society where women aren't allowed legal recourse but are encouraged to make potions? Now, if you live in certain parts of Europe, say, southern France or some Italian city-states, you might catch a legal break. In these places, Roman law lingers like the smell of old cheese, and it occasionally grants married women some property rights, especially in merchant families. But up north, things are more rigid. England, for example, loves coverture so much it keeps it around long after other places move on, like that one guy in your village still clinging to a dried-up bread starter from 1297. One of the only ways around this whole mess is to become what's called a femme sole, a woman trading independently, often widowed or unmarried, and sometimes allowed legal independence through special recognition, but this usually requires petitions, guild permissions, and a healthy dose of not making the men nervous. Historians still argue whether coverture was as absolute in practice as it was on paper. Some point out examples of women managing estates, running businesses, even negotiating loans, usually under their husband's name, or with a wink and nudge workaround. Others argue those cases were rare exceptions, not the rule. Either way, it's clear that if you're trying to do anything official while married, it's like trying to write with a quill dipped in mud. You can make a mark, but good luck getting anyone to read it. And then there's the issue of consent. Marriage contracts are often negotiated between families, and while the church insists on the couple's verbal consent, that doesn't always play out in real life. You might get pressured, coerced, or tricked into marrying someone you barely know. Sometimes, a girl's father might agree to a match before she's even hit puberty, because what says romance like a contract signed when you're still missing your baby teeth? Once married, your body essentially belongs to your husband. Theologians and legal scholars love to debate the marital debt, the idea that spouses owe each other intimacy on demand. But of course, the burden falls more heavily on women. Refuse your husband's advances too many times, and you could be charged with denying him his conjugal rights. There's no safe word, just sanctified obligation. Now, say you want out. Good luck. Divorce is nearly impossible unless you're royalty or your spouse does something very dramatic like joining a monastery without telling you, or turning out to be secretly your long-lost sibling awkward. The church doesn't allow divorce, only annulment, which means declaring the marriage invalid from the start. Grounds might include consanguinity, you're too closely related, impotence never proven with dignity, or lack of consent. But for most people, this is as accessible as hiring a personal falconer. So, you're stuck. That's the word. Legally, emotionally, spiritually. And yet, somehow, despite all this, women still find ways to adapt. Maybe you form alliances with other women. Maybe you master the art of the silent negotiation, making decisions through suggestion, not command. Or maybe you just outlive your husband and get to experience that rarest of medieval commodities, independence. Let's not forget the noble women, those elite few who navigate the law like seasoned chess players. They marry strategically, manage vast estates while their husbands are off crusading, and sometimes even act as regents. But even they are subject to male authority. Eleanor of Aquitaine spends time imprisoned by her own husband. Isabella of France leads a rebellion, only to have her power stripped once order is restored. High-stakes power plays. Yes, but still within the bounds of a game they didn't design. There's a curious case in London where a woman tries to get her legal identity back while still married. Her argument that her husband has abandoned her and she needs to act as an independent trader to survive. The court, after some muttering and pearl clutching, grants her a limited right to do business on her own. It's not a revolution, but it's a foot in the door, and it tells you something important. Medieval women were not passive. They saw the game, understood the rules, and sometimes, just sometimes, found loopholes. Picture yourself now, a wife in a modest home with a husband who mostly talks to his oxen. You want to buy a plot of land, run a side hustle selling smoked eels, or maybe just sign your own name on something. But every step requires permission, negotiation, or deceit. It's exhausting, like playing a board game where someone else controls your tokens and you're not even sure if you're allowed to roll the dice. And yet, here you are, wiser than they give you credit for. You memorize the rhythms of the market, understand who in the village listens and who doesn't. You keep the books, manage the household, and make decisions that your husband thinks are his idea. You bend without breaking, a legal ghost. Yes, but one with a sharp mind and a strong will. So no, you couldn't really have a wife in the Middle Ages, not if you wanted her to have rights, choices, or even her own shoes without asking first. But that doesn't mean she wasn't there, shaping the world in her own quiet way, just beneath the surface of a system designed to overlook her. Let's say you've somehow maneuvered through all those delightful marital legalities, and you're now a full-fledged medieval wife. What's next? Well, it is time to unpack the long and dizzying list of expectations society has for you, because your job description is about as long as a cathedral shadow and only slightly more forgiving. First up, running the household. This isn't just sweeping the rushes and yelling at chickens. It's a full-time management role with zero vacation and no HR department. You're in charge of food supplies, supervising servants if you're lucky enough to have them, spinning wool, brewing ale, and making sure no one accidentally poisons themselves with last week's leftovers. Spoiler, people did. The average medieval home doesn't come with a pantry stocked with non-perishables or a handy refrigerator. So you're drying apples, salting fish, pickling turnips, and praying the root cellar doesn't flood again. If you're married to a farmer, the stakes are even higher, literally, because you're probably staking bean plants at dawn. Historians still argue whether this domestic sphere was oppressive or empowering. On one hand, women were confined to the home. On the other, they ran that home like CEOs with better bread. It's a contradiction modern scholars love to debate over dusty manuscripts and tepid conference coffee. Your social life, well, that depends. If you live in a village, you might gossip while fetching water from the communal well. You might know who's expecting, who's not expecting but definitely should be, and who's been spending too much time in the barley fields with the blacksmith's apprentice. In towns, the marketplace becomes your stage, a place to barter, haggle, exchange recipes, and find out which merchant mysteriously raised their eel prices again. The church, ever helpful, also has a very detailed opinion about your role. You're expected to be pious, obedient, modest, and cheerful about it. The Virgin Mary is your role model, which would be great if you were trying to raise the Messiah and not 4 hungry children and a goat that keeps eating your laundry. Want to wear something flashy? Careful, sumptuary laws in many places restrict what women, especially married women, can wear. No fur unless your husband's income crosses a certain threshold. No embroidered silk if you're just the wife of a middling cloth merchant. Heaven forbid you look richer than you actually are. That could upset the entire social fabric, pun absolutely intended. And speaking of fabric, yes, you're making a lot of it. Spinning and weaving are practically your daily meditation. Wool, flax, nettle, if you're desperate, it's all in a day's work. In fact, the distaff becomes a symbol of femininity itself, because nothing screams womanhood like hours of repetitive wrist movements and wool dust in your nose. But it's not all chores and chastity. You might get invited to a feast, especially during religious festivals or weddings. And let's just say those events are not known for moderation. You'll eat meat if you're lucky, drink wine if someone's rich, and dance if your feet aren't still blistered from walking 5 miles to borrow some fennel. You might even flirt a little, just enough to remind yourself you're alive, not enough to get accused of being a wanton. One of the more eyebrow-raising aspects of being a wife, your expected role in ensuring your husband's soul stays on the straight and narrow. That's right, you're basically his moral babysitter. If he strays, gossips may blame you for not being virtuous enough to keep him in line, because what man ever made a bad decision without a woman somehow being responsible? Right? Let's pause for a moment to consider childbirth. No hospitals, no pain relief, unless you count herbal mixtures that double as mild poisons, and no privacy. You're surrounded by other women neighbors, midwives, sometimes even your mother-in-law, who insists on telling you how much easier it was in her day. If things go well, you survive and are deemed even more womanly for it. If not, well, the church will hold a lovely service. Quirky fact, in some regions, husbands weren't allowed in the birthing room, not out of modesty, but because the space was considered sacred, almost like a temple to female power. It's one of the few domains where women had full control, however fleeting. Of course, you're also supposed to bounce back quickly enough to make dinner the next day. So don't get too comfortable. Now, education. Can you read? Maybe. Upper-class women sometimes learn to read devotional texts or manage estate accounts. But for most, education is seen as unnecessary. Too much thinking might lead to questioning, and we certainly can't have that. You might know your way around a recipe book or herbal manual, but quoting Latin, that's a monk's job. Thank you very much. Still, women pass down a different kind of knowledge, oral traditions, songs, practical skills, and stories told while stitching or shelling peas. These are the tales that don't make it into formal chronicles, but live on in lullabies and warnings whispered to daughters. And if you mess up, say, you're accused of gossip, laziness, or being too assertive, there are corrective methods. Public scolding, symbolic punishments like the scold's bridle, a metal muzzle for women deemed too mouthy, or being made to carry a distaff through town as a reminder of your duties. Because nothing solves problems like a humiliating parade with props. But you're resilient. You learn when to speak and when to stay silent. You discover how to shift your husband's opinions so he thinks they're his own. You whisper advice into your children's ears, hoping the world will be kinder to them. And sometimes, when the candlelight flickers just right and no one's watching, you dream about something more, because for all the structure imposed on you by church, law, society, there is always a quiet rebellion in simply continuing. You run the home, raise the future, and still manage to slip in a joke or two over the soup cauldron. You are, quite literally, the hearth that keeps everything from collapsing. And though no one will write your name in the history books, your legacy is stitched into every linen napkin, every well-run home, every child who survives long enough to repeat the cycle. You are invisible only to those who refuse to look closely, somewhere between feeding the chickens, spinning yarn, and pretending you didn't just cry in the turnip cellar. You notice something curious. Not all wives are created equal. Your status as a married woman in the Middle Ages can swing wildly depending on where you live, how much money your husband makes, and whether you're in a town where people bathe more than once a season. Let's start with class. If you're a noblewoman, your life might seem cushier. Emphasis on seem. You've got servants, better food, and maybe a few spare gowns that don't smell like goat, but you also live in a gilded cage. Your marriage was probably arranged when you were 12, and your husband's hobbies include crusading, hunting, and ignoring your opinions. You're expected to manage the estate while he's off proving his manhood via crossbow or tax evasion. and you'd better keep it running smoothly or face the wrath of your in-laws and 10 disgruntled tenants. Historians still argue whether noble women held true power or were just figureheads with fancy headwear. Certainly, some wielded real influence managing lands, arranging marriages, even plotting political alliances from behind their embroidery hoops, but others were shuffled between homes like particularly fertile chess pieces. If you're a peasant's wife, your world is simpler, and by simpler, we mean brutally exhausting. You work the fields, raise the children, make the clothes, cook every meal, and fun bonus, you probably sleep on a straw mattress next to your in-laws. There's very little privacy, not much education, and no time to contemplate your place in the cosmos unless you're stirring a pot for 6 hours straight. But you're not without influence. In small communities, reputation is everything, and you know just how to maintain yours. A well-timed loaf of bread to a neighbor or a quiet word at the well can carry more weight than you'd think. You also know exactly how to ration grain so the family doesn't starve before the next harvest. Forget knights and monks, you're the logistics expert here. Middle-class wives, often married to merchants or tradesmen, straddle a strange line. You're educated enough to keep ledgers, smart enough to negotiate, and definitely cunning enough to spot a crooked customer. In fact, some women become business partners silent or otherwise helping their husbands run shops, inns, or cloth trades. If your husband dies and leaves the business to you, congratulations. You're now a widowed entrepreneur, and yes, people will still try to take you less seriously. There's even evidence of women brewers, bakers, silk workers, and candle makers who not only worked but trained apprentices and hired help. Of course, you had to do it all without openly challenging male dominance. Think shrewd rather than ambitious, and smile demurely while signing contracts. One quirky regional twist: in some parts of medieval Europe, like southern France or Flanders, women had more legal and economic rights than their English counterparts. They could own property, manage estates, even bring lawsuits. It's almost like someone took a peek into the future and said, you know what? Let's try treating women like functional adults. Still, these regional freedoms were patchy and often temporary. A new ruler, a bad harvest, or a papal bull could yank back progress with the efficiency of a scribe erasing a parchment. So you learn to adapt to shift, bend, and reinvent yourself just enough to stay within the lines, but occasionally redraw them in chalk when no one's looking. And then there's the church again, always looming. Your worth is often measured not just by how good a wife you are, but how godly you seem. Virgin martyrs, obedient wives, and the ever-glowing example of the Virgin Mary loom large in sermons in stained glass. The idea of marriage debt, the duty to satisfy your husband's desires, was even preached from the pulpit, because apparently holiness and bedroom obligations can go hand in hand. But here's the twist. Some women leaned into this religious ideal to gain a little power. Being seen as pious and self-sacrificing could protect you from criticism. You might even start hosting prayer meetings or advising younger women, gently stepping into a position of informal spiritual authority. It's a quiet flex, medieval style. Meanwhile, there's the matter of dowries and dower rights, less romantic, more spreadsheet. When you marry, your family pays a dowry. This isn't pocket change, it's often land, animals, or cold hard silver. In return, you're promised a dower, a portion of your husband's estate you'll control if he dies. And since mortality rates are what you'd call enthusiastic in this era, widows are surprisingly common. Being a widow can be a weirdly liberating phase of life. Without a husband's legal control, you gain a rare taste of autonomy. You can manage property, sue neighbors, and in some regions, even remarry or not on your own terms. Of course, this newfound independence doesn't go unnoticed. People will whisper, she's a bit too confident. They'll say, did she mourn long enough? Did she cry? Or just dab her eyes with a monogrammed linen? and move on. Back to the married folks. What happens if your husband disappears? Say, he's off at war or on pilgrimage, read midlife crisis with sandals. You might be left in legal limbo, stuck between wife and widow. This isn't just emotionally confusing, it's a financial nightmare. Can you remarry? Can you sell his oxen? Does his brother now claim your kitchen? You'd think the church would offer clarity, but no, they mostly offer prayers and guilt. And let's not forget about violence. Domestic abuse existed. Of course, though records are scarce and skewed, some regions offered women the right to seek legal protection or annulments, but most were stuck navigating danger behind closed doors, relying on family networks, gossip deterrence, or sheer survival instinct. It's an area modern scholars continue to research, uncovering fragments of lost voices in the margins of court records. Still, through it all, women found ways to build lives that were more than their restrictions. They carved spaces of freedom inside the boundaries, smuggled dignity into routine, and preserved knowledge and traditions that outlasted the walls of their homes. Because being a wife in the Middle Ages wasn't one experience, it was thousands. It was the noblewoman writing letters in Latin, the peasant baking rye bread by feel, the merchant's wife balancing books and babies, the widow wearing black but thinking in silver, each one doing what she could with what she had, in a world that often asked far too much. You wake up before the sun, again, and you do what medieval wives have always done, everything, and then some, because today is market day, or washing day, or just another day where your entire existence hinges on multitasking before the concept even has a word. Let's wander into your daily chores, shall we? They start with the basics, getting the fire going, fetching water from the well or the nearest stream if you enjoy uphill walks both ways, and then preparing breakfast, which, no surprise, is not toast and espresso, but more like coarse bread, maybe some ale, and if you're lucky, cheese that doesn't fight back. The rhythm of your life is dictated by necessity and daylight. You clean, you cook, you spin, you sew, and occasionally you sigh at your calloused hands and consider how monks get away with so much sitting. You help in the fields during harvest or planting. You assist in butchering animals when winter looms. You make soap when someone complains too much about the smell, which, to be fair, is a rare luxury. Historians still argue whether medieval women's labor was truly invisible or just wildly underdocumented. What we do know is this: without women's work, the medieval economy would crumble faster than a biscuit in broth. Most household production was female-driven, and not just the cute stuff like weaving and dairy. Women made leather goods, brewed beer, tended market stalls, and organized labor within family units like uncredited middle managers of survival. And then there's childbearing. If you're married, this isn't optional. There's no reliable birth control, and medieval husbands aren't exactly into spacing pregnancies. You might give birth to 6, 10, even 12 children, but don't expect them all to survive. Infant mortality rates are grim, with 1 in 3 babies not making it past their 5th birthday. You don't get to mourn long. There's bread to bake and more mouths to feed. Still, motherhood has its moments. There's pride in strong sons, and joy when a daughter's curls stay clean for more than half a day. Women often band together for childbirth and rearing, creating quiet networks of solidarity behind the barn door or inside the weaving room. Midwives are both feared and respected, especially when they show up with bundles of herbs and calm instructions while everyone else panics. Now, let's talk hygiene briefly, before the smell gets overwhelming. Bathing is inconsistent. In some areas, public bathhouses thrive, complete with hot water, towels, and awkward small talk. In others, it's more of a sponge and prayers situation. You wash your hair when the lice become conversational and rinse your hands before meals to appear civilized. Laundry is hard labor, requiring boiling cauldrons and a riverbank, but you still do it. Scrubbing tunics would lie like the unpaid chemist you are. Your social life, meanwhile, is tangled in obligations and opportunities. Feasts, religious festivals, and market days are chances to interact beyond the hedgerow. Gossip flows as freely as mead, and you keep your ears open. Who's expecting? Who just bought a new ox? Who's been talking to the tanner's apprentice a bit too long? Behind the ale stall, these tiny updates keep the village pulse beating. One quirky tidbit: many women use charms and folk remedies in everyday life. Got a colicky baby? Try a thread knotted with prayers. Need your husband to stop snoring like a church bell? There's probably a potion or at least a threatening look. While the church officially frowns on such things, rural communities blend Christianity with older beliefs, creating a fascinating and slightly spooky toolkit for survival. And don't forget, religion shapes almost everything you do. You pray before meals, after meals, during meals if your stew's too bland. You attend mass, observe fasts, and avoid meat on Fridays, though exceptions are made for puffin and beaver, oddly categorized as fish by loophole-loving clergy. Religious calendars dictate your days off and your guilt levels. Some women even join lay religious movements, like Beguines, groups of women who live communally, take no vows, and basically say, "We're holy, but we'd like a little autonomy. Thanks." But even within your small world, danger lurks. If crops fail, you starve. If a lord raises taxes, you scrape. If war marches nearby, you run. And if plague hits, well, good luck. You throw rosemary on the floor, cover your mouth with a damp cloth, and pray to Saint Sebastian. Scholars still debate how much agency medieval women had in these crises. But one thing's certain: you had to be resourceful or be forgotten. Let's shift to entertainment, because yes, even medieval wives need fun. You might enjoy seasonal festivals with dancing, drinking, and riddles shouted over firelight. You play simple games, tell stories, or sing while working. If you live in a town, you might see traveling minstrels, jugglers, or even a miracle play dramatizing saintly lives with more blood than Broadway. And occasionally, very occasionally, you just sit and breathe, watching chickens peck in the dust while pretending your back doesn't hurt. One fascinating pastime involves storytelling. Women share tales passed through generations, part myth, part history, part moral lesson. These oral traditions preserve cultural memory and sly humor. You might recite a yarn about a clever farm wife who outsmarts a bishop, or whisper local legends to your children that even the priest hasn't heard. In these stories, you're not just a supporting character, you're the main act. And let's acknowledge the quiet resilience here. Day after day, through boredom and blisters, you build something: a family, a home, a rhythm. You make beauty out of function: a well-patched tunic, a garland hung for midsummer, a meal stretched further than logic allows. You turn routine into ritual and scarcity into structure. Sure, you can't vote, hold office, or join a monastery without 100 loopholes, but you influence your world in subtle, stubborn ways. The way you guide your daughter's hand in spinning flax, the way you teach your son to respect animals and neighbors, the way you maintain rituals your grandmother taught you, quiet acts of resistance against a world that rarely bothers to thank you. And maybe, as you lie in bed at the end of another endless day, staring at the wooden beams above, you let yourself imagine a different life, one where you choose your path, write your own stories, and sleep in past sunrise. Morning comes again, and this time, you're not home. You're on the road, or more accurately, you're trudging along a muddy, rutted track, wrapped in a wool cloak, clutching a bundle that contains everything you own. Because sometimes, medieval women leave. Maybe your husband died and your in-laws aren't exactly warm hosts. Maybe you fled a bad marriage, or were driven out under suspicion of witchcraft. You did have that mysterious rash last spring, or maybe you just couldn't take another day of porridge and baby cries. Whatever the reason, you're traveling alone or in the cautious company of others, and every step of your journey is a gamble. Travel for women in the Middle Ages isn't impossible, but it's not safe either. The roads are teeming with dangers, bandits, wolves, and what can only be described as extremely enthusiastic mud. You sleep in roadside inns if you can afford it, or barns if you can't. Monasteries sometimes offer shelter, especially if you know how to pretend you're someone's pious cousin. Historians still argue whether solo female travelers were rare anomalies or just underrecorded. The written records often focus on elite pilgrim women or nuns on church business, but common women took to the road to traders, beguines, midwives, herbalists, or just the wanderers with nowhere else to go. We know they existed because of local laws forbidding strange women from staying too long in any one town, which is a little rude, really. Take the story of Marjorie Kempe, a 15th century woman who basically became a walking paradox. She had 14 children, claimed divine visions, annoyed everyone from bishops to innkeepers, and wrote what many consider the first English language autobiography. She wept constantly and loudly in public, which, today, would get you unfollowed on Instagram, and somehow managed to travel from England to Jerusalem and back. Marjorie is proof that a medieval woman could be both pious and maddeningly persistent, all while navigating a world designed to contain her. But not all travel is so dramatic. Sometimes you journey as part of a larger group like a pilgrimage. These religious trips give you social cover to explore new places under the guise of devotion. You might join a band of villagers heading to a local shrine, or even brave a continental trek to Santiago de Compostela. And while yes, technically, you're doing it for your soul, it's also a sneaky vacation. New foods, new saints, new gossip. On the road, you encounter other women doing exactly what you're doing, surviving in motion. A widow selling herbs, a runaway girl disguised as a boy, a merchant's wife managing trade deals between towns. You share bread, you share stories, and once you share a room with a goat that won't stop sneezing. Your feet ache, your cloak smells, but your mind wide open. Every mile you walk takes you further from the narrow corridor of your former life. You observe unfamiliar customs, see women dressed differently, hear accents that make you smile, and realize the world is both bigger and messier than your village priest ever hinted. You pass through market towns where women shout prices over the clamor of chickens. You pass fields where girls drive geese like tiny shepherds. You pass convents where nuns smile a little too knowingly. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you pass traveling players, performers who wander from village to village with puppets, jokes, and tales about kings who talk to frogs. One quirky detail in some regions, women travelers wore talismans sewn into their clothing bits of saints' relics, hair from a dead mother's braid, or even dried frogs. Don't ask. These amulets were believed to protect against theft, misfortune, or worse, catching the eye of a grumpy bailiff. Now, let's be honest. A woman on the road attracts attention, sometimes welcome, sometimes less so. You learn quickly to walk with purpose, avoid eye contact with wandering monks. Some are devout, others just nosy, and invent convincing backstories. I'm on pilgrimage works well. So does I'm a midwife called to deliver twins, or I'm married to a knight who hates tardiness. Despite the risks, there's freedom in the journey. No chickens to feed, no husband to scold, no in-laws asking why the stew is too salty. Just you, the open road, and the strange comfort of choosing your next step. In a society where most women's lives are mapped out before they can hold a spindle, this mobility, however rare or difficult, is revolutionary. Eventually, you arrive at your destination. Maybe it's a new town, a relative's home, a religious house that agrees to take you in. You unpack your bundle, brush straw from your cloak, and look around. New smells, new sounds, new rhythms. You'll adapt because you always do. You've already survived rain, rumors, and a particularly aggressive duck outside a roadside alehouse. You might find work here spinning, brewing, nursing, or assisting in a bakehouse. You might remarry, if that's your thing. You might even join a community of women living semi-independently, like the Beguines, whose loose religious structures allow you to do good without becoming a full nun. Freedom, but with boundaries, just how the Middle Ages likes it. But even if you settle, your journey doesn't leave you. You carry its lessons: how to listen, how to bargain, how to hide a knife in your boot. You remember which towns have kind innkeepers and which ones have suspicious pigs. You've seen how differently people live just 50 miles apart, what they eat, how they pray, what they whisper about after dark. And most importantly, you've seen yourself outside your assigned role, not just a wife or mother or servant, a traveler, a survivor, a storyteller. You sit beneath a sloped roof now, sipping thin ale and watching the sun fall behind unfamiliar rooftops. Tomorrow, you'll wake early, you'll find bread, maybe a little work, maybe even a friend. But for now, you rest. And in that quiet, between a distant church bell and a rustling window shutter, you smile, because even if no one ever writes your name down, your story just got bigger. You've survived travel, found shelter, and maybe even a decent bowl of lentils. But before you get too comfortable in your new town, there's something else you'll need to deal with: the law. And if you're a woman in the Middle Ages, it's not exactly stacked in your favor. Let's begin with this comforting fact. Medieval laws are a delightful mess. They vary wildly by region, era, and whim of the local lord. One town's innocent gossip is another's heresy trial. One region might fine you for stealing a loaf of bread. Another might just throw you in a pond and see if you float. Legal consistency. Not in this century. You step into the town square and take in the notice board, wooden, weathered, and nailed up with various proclamations. No pigs in the street on Wednesdays, no selling stale fish, no bathing naked in the river if you're a woman over 30. Yes, really. You try not to take that one personally. Medieval law, especially concerning women, is deeply intertwined with your status. Are you married, widowed, a nun, a servant, or someone who defies all neat categories? Each designation comes with its own bizarre blend of rights, restrictions, and eyebrow-raising assumptions. Take coverture, for example, a legal doctrine in much of medieval Europe where a married woman's identity is literally covered by her husband's. You can't sign contracts, own property, or sue anyone without his say-so. In legal eyes, you're kind of like a ghost with a dowry, and if your husband dies, suddenly you're back in the spotlight. A widow could reclaim property, take over her husband's business, or even gasp, live independently. In fact, widows in towns sometimes wielded more legal autonomy than married women, which makes you wonder if a few husbands didn't mysteriously fall into wells under suspiciously well-timed circumstances. Historians still argue whether widows used this period of legal looseness to their advantage or if they were just tolerated until the community decided they'd had too much fun and needed remarrying. The court system you'll deal with depends on your crime. Petty theft manor court, blasphemy church court, witchcraft accusations. Well, buckle up. It could be a regional tribunal or something far worse. And yes, women do get targeted disproportionately, especially if you're old, outspoken, unmarried, or own more cats than strictly necessary. Punishments vary wildly. Some are oddly theatrical, like being paraded around town wearing a dunce cap or sitting in the town stocks for all to see. Others are deeply unsettling. Public shaming is a favorite medieval pastime, and women accused of adultery, scolding, or even overbrewing could find themselves being dunked repeatedly in a river. It's called the cucking stool, and it's exactly as fun as it sounds. One particularly strange tidbit in some medieval French towns: married couples were forced to resolve certain disputes with trial by combat. But because women weren't expected to fight on equal terms, the man had to stand in a waist-deep pit with one arm tied behind his back, while the woman used a sack filled with stones. It's unclear whether this improved domestic harmony, but it sure made for a dramatic Tuesday afternoon. You might also encounter sumptuary laws, the Middle Ages way of saying, don't get ideas. These rules control what people can wear based on their social status. If you're a merchant's wife, don't you dare show up in velvet or a fur-trimmed hood. That's noblewoman territory. You could be fined or even arrested for dressing above your station, which raises the question, did anyone get fined for fashion fraud involving goat hair leggings? Let's not forget ecclesiastical courts, which deal with spiritual offenses like adultery, slander, or bearing an illegitimate child. These courts don't use jails, but they do hand out humiliating penance, like parading barefoot while carrying a candle the size of your guilt. You're also expected to confess in vivid detail, which makes these records a goldmine for nosy historians. But despite all these rigid frameworks, loopholes abound. Wealthy women often sidestep restrictions through clever contracts. Widows write wills that protect their daughters. Tavern keepers bribe officials. And sometimes, a smart tongue or a strategically gifted pie gets you out of trouble entirely. You hear stories of women who turn the law to their favor. One midwife, accused of sorcery, successfully defended herself by naming every baby she delivered, reminding the town how many living children owed her their first breath. Another woman argued her way out of a theft charge by pointing out the accuser's sheep had wandered into her garden, and she was merely redirecting God's will. In some towns, women even serve on juries, but only for cases involving childbirth, rape, or certain kinds of property disputes. It's a weirdly limited version of civic duty. Sorry, Margaret, you're only qualified to judge uterus-adjacent issues. The court scribe sits at his table, scratching notes with a feather quill, use wrapped in your travel-stained cloak. Stand before the judge, hoping your tunic doesn't smell too strongly of ale and road sweat. Maybe you're here to testify. Maybe you're accused of something. Maybe you're simply trying to reclaim what's yours. The judge, a man with a beard so long it could host birds, peers down at you. He adjusts his robe, leans forward, and grunts something that sounds like proceed. You take a breath, step forward, and speak your truth. It's terrifying, but also strangely empowering, because despite the odds, medieval women do get heard. Sometimes, through gossip, through court records, through stubborn persistence, you learn which officials to trust, which ones to avoid, and how to file a complaint without sounding too much like a scold, although, let's face it, sometimes a good scolding is justified. By the time you leave the courtroom, whether triumphant, defeated, or just deeply confused, you've earned something rare, a bit of experience in the game of medieval justice. It's convoluted, patriarchal, and sometimes dictated by a chicken's behavior during an eclipse, but it's your world, and you're learning how to walk through it. So you dust off your cloak, step back into the cobbled street, and head to the nearest tavern for a stiff mug of something vaguely alcoholic. You made it through the legal gauntlet, and now you deserve a nap, a laugh, and possibly a snack that isn't made of barley. The tavern door creaks behind you, and warm air spills out spiced, sour, and buzzing with laughter. You slide onto a splintered bench, nod to a server, and take in your surroundings. Rough-hewn beams, a fire that's mostly smoke, a man in the corner singing off-key about St. Bridget's goat. It's here, in the flickering twilight of the public house, that you really notice relationships in the Middle Ages aren't exactly a Hallmark card. We've talked about legal headaches, but let's zoom in now, because what happens when you fall in love, or don't, but someone's decided you should, and what if you brace yourself? Want to stay single? Spoiler. Good luck. you're a woman of marriageable age now, which, unfortunately, could mean anything from 12 to 20, depending on your social class and how ambitious your father is. If you're noble, marriage is more about land than love. If you're a peasant, it's still strategic, just on a slightly smaller, muddier scale. Dowries and bride prices fly like currency. And if your family's poor, you might end up with a sheep, a blanket, and the local miller who smells faintly of eels. Love matches do exist, but they're usually frowned upon, because when emotions get involved, things get messy. And if there's one thing a medieval household doesn't have time for, it's romantic drama on top of plague, crop failure, and the neighbor's pigs digging through your cabbage patch again. So how do you meet someone? Well, you might be betrothed as a child, or handed off at a fair like surplus linen. Courtship, when it happens, involves tokens, ribbons, locks of hair, or painfully long poems that somehow rhyme thy bosom with thy possum. You try not to laugh. It's rude. Historians still argue whether peasants had more choice in love than nobles, or whether any woman truly chose her partner freely, because even when there's no literal exchange of goods, pressure simmers just below the surface. Your family nudges, the priest winks, the whole village watches. Once married, your duties are predictably exhausting. Bearing children, managing the household, brewing ale, yes, that's your job. And keeping your husband from doing something idiotic with the year's grain stores. Your rights shrink the moment the priest says, "I now pronounce you," unless you're widowed again. Odd how that keeps coming up. If you're lucky, your husband is kind. If not, well, the law rarely steps in. Domestic abuse exists, of course, but unless you're bruised enough to shock the neighbors or disrupt mass, complaints are often dismissed. Medieval society runs on hierarchy, and husbands sit very high on the ladder, wives somewhere beneath the goat. In some regions, though, particularly parts of Scandinavia and Wales, women hold more sway. You hear tales of Icelandic women divorcing their husbands for laziness or improper beard grooming. Quirky, yes, but also empowering. They could reclaim dowries and leave marriages that no longer serve them. A Viking era. Thank you. Next, but divorce in most of Europe not happening. The Catholic Church frowns upon separation, and annulments are rare and expensive, reserved for royals and their papal pen pals. You could maybe claim you were related or hadn't consummated the marriage, but that route involves awkward witnesses and a truly excruciating amount of testimony about nightgowns. What if you don't want to marry at all? You might join a convent, which is one of the few spaces where women enjoy education, community, and spiritual agency. Nuns copy manuscripts, run hospitals, and occasionally pen spicy critiques of male clergy, an early form of shade, delivered in elegant Latin. Still, monastic life isn't for everyone, especially if your family's expecting a dowry payout. So you might become a femme sole, a rare legal status that allows you to operate independently, usually as a widow, a businesswoman, or sometimes just a determinedly single woman who's not afraid to argue with the baker at dawn. And what of love beyond marriage? Now things get messy. Adultery is a sin, obviously, but it's punished differently based on gender. If you cheat, you risk being paraded through town in your shift. If your husband cheats, well, the priest might frown, but the community probably shrugs. Boys will be boys, and girls will be excommunicated. Still, women find ways to navigate. Some have affairs with traveling clerics. Others develop intense friendships with other women that history struggles to label. You read between the lines. Sometimes those lines are written in 13th century French poetry and involve suspicious metaphors about flowers. Even same-sex desire, though condemned by the church, shows up in records, letters, and satirical plays. Historians still argue whether these references where exaggerations or glimpses of secret lives live just beyond the veil of public respectability. You lean toward the latter. Humans are humans, even in scratchy wool, and when relationships fall apart, when the love fades or the pressure breaks something inside you, what then? Well, there's no couples therapy, no trial separations, just endurance or escape. You might flee to a relative, a convent, or a city where no one knows your name, or you might fight, petition the local lord, appeal to the bishop, hide your husband's shoes, and claim he was taken by forest spirits. It's been attempted. The tavern buzzes around you. A couple argues softly in the corner, he gesturing wildly, she unimpressed. A serving girl ducks between tables, balancing a tray with one hand and fending off a drunk merchant with the other. You sip your ale and reflect love, in the Middle Ages, is gritty, complicated, and full of contradictions. But it's also real. You've heard the songs chanted in markets, whispered in chambers, carved into prison walls. There's love here, stubborn and reckless, growing between the cracks of obligation and doctrine. It's not always pretty, but it's deeply human. You gather your things, nod to the innkeeper, and step back out into the night. The wind has picked up, carrying the scent of firewood and wet grass. Somewhere nearby, someone's singing again off-key, but earnest. You pause to listen, because even in a world of contracts and chastity belts, love finds a way. Sometimes in spite of the rules, sometimes because of them. Your boots squelch through mud as the sun finally lifts itself over the thatched rooftops. You've left the chatter of taverns and the whispers of secret liaisons behind. Now it's time to see marriage from the other side, the side that's supposed to be about structure, legacy, and order. A medieval household, you know, the kind you should aspire to. Wife, kids, livestock, and just enough firewood to keep 1 foot warm at night. Here's the thing they don't tell you in fairy tales. Being a medieval wife is basically managing a small business with unpredictable inventory and one extremely overconfident co-owner. You wake up before sunrise, maybe toss a bone at the dog for loyalty's sake, and start stoking the hearth while the house is still wrapped in shadow. If you're lucky, the children are still asleep. If not, one of them is probably trying to eat a candle. Running a household is labor. You're brewing ale again because water's unreliable, and at least ale can't kill you with dysentery. You're checking stores, haggling over eggs with neighbors, and trying to remember if the chimney sweep was a ghost or just very pale. You spin thread, mend cloaks, wash linens with lye strong enough to bleach a memory, and try to keep the goats from climbing the ladder. Yes, that's a real problem. And in the middle of all this, you're expected to keep the family's reputation spotless, because gossip is a local sport, and your neighbors have the ears of both the priest and the baker, which, let's be honest, are the only two men who matter when it comes to public image and hot bread. There are social expectations too. You must be obedient, modest, and fruitful, though no one actually wants to help with the raising children part, just the producing heirs bit. The church sets high standards for what a wife should be: patient like Saint Monica, pious like the Virgin Mary, and able to whip up a pottage that doesn't taste like boiled parchment. But here's a fun twist depending on the region and the century. Your legal rights vary dramatically. In England, for instance, once married, you and your husband become one legal person. Guess which one? That's right, him. It's a concept called coverture, and under it, you can't own property, sign contracts, or testify in court. You, legally, vanish. Historians still argue whether this meant total disempowerment or just a different form of influence, because many wives still wielded soft power, especially in the home. You might not own the land, but you sure knew which field to plant first. You weren't on the tax roll, but you handled the books, and sometimes you were the one people came to with their real problems, especially if you were a good wife. not just a title, but a reputation. The community respects you. You host feasts, you give advice, you know which herbs cure coughs and which ones might encourage your husband to accidentally sleep for 3 days straight. You're a local legend. On the fringe of this domestic empire are the merry wives, the ones who joke a little too boldly or refuse to wear veils in church. They're whispered about, often admired, sometimes envied, and yes, sometimes accused of witchcraft because they spoke Latin once and own a black cat. Wild stuff. And then there are the wives who work beyond household labor. That is, because you may find yourself helping in your husband's trade, selling meat pies, weaving cloth, even apprenticing your own children. Women run alehouses, inns, and small market stalls. In many towns, widows continue their husbands' businesses with surprising autonomy. Some even gain guild membership in their own right. You're not just boiling turnips anymore, you're out here making coin. But for most wives, survival is a balancing act. You juggle gender expectations with actual human needs. You nod politely when someone reminds you that obedience is a virtue, then promptly ignore your husband's advice about storing onions. You endure sermons about wifely submission while hiding the better cheese under the floorboards. He'll never find it. Quirky tidbit, there are actual medieval handbooks on how to train a wife. One 14th century text advises husbands to correct their wives as one trains a hawk, complete with metaphors involving meat and gentle slaps. Historians are still debating whether this was intended literally or as satire, but either way, it's deeply cringe. You'd think a medieval wife would have no fun at all, but you'd be wrong. Festivals bring color and music. Weddings are chaotic and full of opportunity to judge your cousin's dance moves. And let's not forget women's spaces, those little pockets of camaraderie around washhouses, market corners, and bake ovens. That's where the real gossip brews, and probably a decent stew. Religion offers some solace, too. Saints' days punctuate the year, and certain female saints like Saint Catherine or Saint Hildegard offer models of feminine intelligence and spiritual strength. You might even find time to copy prayers, weave devotional embroidery, or argue theology with the village friar who isn't entirely sure you're not smarter than he is. Despite everything, the burdens, the rules, the fact that your husband still doesn't know how to fold a cloak properly, many medieval wives create lives of meaning. You raise children, not just for labor, but for laughter. You find joy in the changing seasons, the rhythm of daily work, and the quiet pride of survival. And when winter comes harsh, endless, and damp, you stitch one more quilt, stir one more pot, and tell one more story by firelight. You're not just a wife, you're the axis around which your household spins. As twilight falls again and the firelight flickers behind your eyes, you begin to understand why so many of these women were both invisible and essential, and why their stories, when you stop and really listen, echo far louder than the clanging of armor or the sermons of saints. The tavern's light fades behind you, the cobbled road curving toward the quieter outskirts of town. As you pass crooked fences and shuttered windows, something shifts. There's a tension in the air, not the kind that breaks into a brawl, but the kind that settles into conversations behind closed doors. You're headed to a place most respectable people won't mention aloud: the life of the other women, the ones who aren't wives, or nuns, or dead. Some call them courtesans, concubines, or simply the women at the edge of things. Others, far less kindly, toss around terms that would earn a medieval side-eye, even from the local drunk. But here's the secret: these women, so often vilified in sermons and stories, were sometimes among the most independent people in their communities. You duck through a narrow alley, past a patch of herbs suspiciously well tended for this side of town. A woman leans against a doorframe, half smiling. She's not hiding. In fact, she looks like she's been waiting for someone to realize she's more than her title, because in the Middle Ages, being a woman outside of marriage didn't always mean helplessness. Sometimes it meant opportunity if you played your cards just right. Let's begin with the blunt fact. Not every woman could marry, whether it was due to poverty, social status, or simply a lack of available men. Those crusades weren't great for male life expectancy. Many women lived unmarried lives, some by choice, many by circumstance, and that forced them to find other means of survival and community. Now, brothels weren't just tolerated in medieval cities. In many places, they were regulated. Some towns even designated specific streets for them, like red light districts before neon signs were invented. Authorities viewed them as necessary evils, pressure valves to protect the purity of good women. Yep, that old logic. But here's the quirky twist in some cities. Brothel workers were taxed, licensed, and even issued uniforms. In parts of Germany, for instance, they had to wear yellow headscarves, fashionable, if you liked being clearly identified by your profession. This was partly to control disease, but also to keep social boundaries tidy. Medieval towns loved their labels. That said, not all women in this world were the same. At the bottom were the desperate, the ones lured or forced into selling themselves for a piece of bread and a dry floor. Their lives were brutal, dangerous, and often tragically short. But then there were the independent women, those who operated more like business people. Think bathhouse owners, alewives who offered more than drinks, or women who used wit, charm, and social skill to carve out space for themselves. A few became minor celebrities. A few even owned property. Historians still argue whether such women had real agency or were merely surviving within a corrupt system. The answer, as always, likely lies somewhere between resilience and compromise, and above them, perhaps, hovered the courtesans. These weren't your run-of-the-mill flirtations. They were cultivated, educated, sometimes multilingual companions to nobility and clergy alike. You didn't just flirt with a bishop, you quoted Ovid, played the lute, and remembered who hated garlic. Courtesans could travel in elite circles, sometimes influencing politics or diplomacy from behind embroidered curtains. In the court of Avignon, for example, the so-called Papal Babylon, some church officials were rumored to keep highly educated companions who advised them on both secular and spiritual matters. Was it scandalous? Absolutely, but also quietly tolerated. Of course, the church's official position was clear: marriage or celibacy. Pick one and behave. But in practice, the church often owned the very streets where these sinful establishments operated. In some towns, monasteries rented property to brothels and collected rent. Divine contradictions. Anyone, and let's not forget the traveling entertainers, women who danced, sang, juggled, sometimes literally, sometimes romantically. They moved from town to town, both admired and mocked. Their lives were uncertain but filled with moments of joy, freedom, and the occasional dramatic exit involving a jealous knight and a broken lute. A particularly odd tale from 14th century Florence involves a woman known only as La Bella Gatta, the beautiful cat. She kept 20 felines, a collection of rare spices, and reportedly knew how to cure gout with crushed rose petals. Was she real? Maybe. Was she memorable? Undeniably. Even among peasant communities, there were unofficial unions, common law marriages, or relationships formed without a priest's blessing. These were frowned upon but tolerated, especially if children were raised and chores got done. You might live with a man, love him, raise goats together, and never be legally wed. Practicality often trumped purity when winter came. These women wives in all but name often held more sway than you'd think. If the man died, she might stay on the land. If the neighbors liked her stew, they'd look the other way. Morality was flexible when soup was good, but let's not sugarcoat it outside marriage. Women had fewer protections, no inheritance, no formal status. You were more vulnerable to accusations, exploitation, and disease. One scandal could ruin you. One rumor could exile you. One angry priest could name you in a sermon. And suddenly, you were the reason crops failed. And yet, they persisted. There's something quietly powerful about these women so often dismissed in chronicles yet woven deeply into daily life. They brewed, danced, joked, fought, loved, and sometimes even thrived. They laughed louder than propriety allowed. They lived fuller than the church approved. And as you walk back toward the main road, past the shuttered door and the lingering scent of rosemary, you begin to wonder, were these other women not simply failures of a strict moral code, but evidence of how humanity always finds a way to bend, stretch, and survive? You glance back once, half expecting a wink from a window, just shadows and soft laughter. You keep walking, your feet easing back into the well-worn grooves of the town's cobblestones. Hossambam. The night is settling now deeper, quieter. Somewhere nearby, a dog lets out a half-hearted bark, then gives up. And that feels about right, because now we're heading into the domain where women didn't just live outside marriage, they lived above it. And sometimes, in spite of it, because not every woman in the Middle Ages spent her days milking goats, dodging marriage, or managing husbands. Some of them ran entire kingdoms. Let's turn your eyes toward the stone walls of a royal court gold leaf, soft furs, and an ever-present cloud of incense. You walk into a hall lit with flickering torches, and there she is, a queen, sitting not beside the king, but quite often in place of him, crowned, robed, and staring down a room full of men who aren't entirely sure what to do with her. Now, contrary to what dusty old textbooks might suggest, queens weren't always decoration. In fact, several medieval queens wielded real power, ruling as regents, commanders, or even sovereigns in their own right. Marriage, for them, was more than romance or duty. It was chess, with real swords. Take Eleanor of Aquitaine, for example, a name you may have snoozed through in school, but this woman was pure drama in the best way. Married first to the King of France, who she later divorced, and then to the King of England, who she later rebelled against. Eleanor wasn't about to let a little thing like obedience stand in her way. She went on crusade, negotiated alliances, and even supported her sons in revolting against their own father. Historians still argue whether she was a power-hungry matriarch or a visionary proto-feminist. But one thing's clear, Eleanor wasn't waiting for permission to act. Then there's Empress Matilda, or Maud if you're feeling familiar, the rightful heir to the English throne in the 12th century. Only problem, she was a woman, which back then was about as helpful as trying to rule with a soggy cabbage. Her cousin Stephen stole the crown, and thus began a civil war charmingly nicknamed the Anarchy, a 19-year tug-of-war that left peasants very tired and very confused. Matilda came close. She actually entered London in full regalia once, but the city's nobles turned on her before she could be crowned. Still, her son Henry would later become Henry II, so the legacy lived on in a sideways kind of triumph. And how could we forget Queen Tamar of Georgia, not the American Georgia, but the medieval Caucasus kingdom that once rivaled the power of Byzantium, crowned King Tamar because being a queen just didn't quite cover the scale of her reign. She led military campaigns, funded churches, and ruled over a golden age. Even her political opponents had to admit she was good at this ruling the world business. What makes these stories interesting isn't just that these women had titles, it's that they used them. Skillfully, sometimes ruthlessly, they navigated church politics, court intrigue, and dynastic chaos with more tact than many of their male counterparts. While some kings were jousting and composing sad poetry, their wives were quietly stabilizing kingdoms and brokering peace. Still, every royal woman walked a tightrope. Power was tolerated, but only just. The wrong move could send her from throne to nunnery, or worse. And there were plenty of courtiers sharpening metaphorical knives, ready to whisper about a woman who forgot her place. It's here we must introduce the concept of the she-wolf. This delightful nickname was often slapped on women rulers who dared to be, well, effective. Isabella of France, yes, another one, earned this moniker after she helped depose her husband, King Edward II. He had a habit of ignoring her in favor of his very close male companions. Isabella eventually returned from France with an army and a lover of her own, and ousted him, messy but oddly efficient. Historians still argue whether she was motivated by love, ambition, or sheer political necessity. Maybe all three, or maybe she was just very tired of being ignored at dinner. But not every powerful woman wore a crown. In convents across Europe, abbesses ruled little empires of their own. Picture a walled estate, rich with manuscripts, gardens, and candlelight. Inside, a woman sits behind a desk piled high with correspondence, managing finances, land leases, and sometimes even diplomatic disputes. These weren't passive nuns humming in cloisters. These were administrators, educators, and occasional feudal landlords. One particularly famous abbess, Hildegard of Bingen, composed music, wrote theological treatises, and corresponded with popes and emperors. If she had a LinkedIn, it would crash from the weight of her resume. Still, these women had to perform a delicate dance. They often had to couch their boldest moves in religious devotion or maternal concern. You couldn't just say, "I'm smarter than these men." You had to gently suggest that God, maybe, just maybe, whispered his best ideas to you first. And then there were the women behind the throne, advisors, mistresses, or even mothers of kings pulling strings quietly, often unacknowledged. Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry VII, practically stage managed the Tudor rise from behind her veil. She styled herself humbly, but wielded power with unnerving precision. Was she a controlling matriarch or the architect of a dynasty? Depends on who's writing the history book and whether they're afraid of her ghost. So here's the reality. While most medieval women live lives hemmed in by rules and restrictions, a few found ways to redefine the rules entirely. Sometimes they wore crowns. Sometimes they wore veils, but they left fingerprints on history, even if later scribes tried to erase them. As you imagine their stories of cloisters, castles, rebellion, and restraint, you feel something stirring. Not admiration, necessarily, not even outrage, just curiosity. What other stories have slipped between the pages? The wind picks up, brushing against your cheek like a memory you've never had. Somewhere out there, a candle flickers in a tall stone window. Maybe she's still awake, pen in hand, plan in motion. You walk on, deeper into that medieval hush, where even your thoughts start to echo slightly off the stone. There's one more corner of this world to visit before we close the shutters and settle in for the night. Because if you, dear listener, thought the story of not having a wife in the Middle Ages stopped at economics, saints, and suspiciously sharp cheese knives, well, we still haven't touched on the laws, or rather, the legal knots that tied people together or kept them very far apart. Imagine now a dusty courtroom. The judge's bench is really more of a carved plank balanced over barrels, and the air smells faintly of mold and ink. A rooster is watching the proceedings through a nearby window, which honestly feels about right, because tonight we're diving into medieval marriage law, and you may need a nap just to recover from the confusion. Marriage back then wasn't just a ceremony, it was a contract, a spiritual covenant, a business merger, a political alliance, occasionally a prank, and delightfully it was often governed by church courts, not local lords or secular officials, which means your entire romantic future might hinge on whether a friar believed your whispered wedding vows in the orchard actually counted. Spoiler, they usually did. You see, for centuries, the Catholic Church operated under a rule called verba de presenti. Translation: if you and your beloved said something along the lines of, "I take you as my husband or wife," in front of a witness, even a very confused goose, you were technically married. No priest, no paperwork, no parade, just words, intent, and maybe a little smooching under the apple tree. This led to endless problems. As you can imagine, sudden annulments, secret unions, entire land inheritances changing hands because of a whispered vow no one could prove or disprove. Historians still argue whether this loophole protected lovers from oppressive systems or just created more chaos. And annulments. Those were their own brand of delightful nonsense. You couldn't just say, "This guy snores like a boiling cauldron." No, you needed valid grounds like consanguinity, being too closely related, lack of consummation, or you guessed it, having already been secretly married to someone else in an orchard somewhere. Love triangles, try legal quadrilaterals. There's the famous case of Marjorie Paston, from the ever-scribbling Paston family of Norfolk. She was married to a man named Richard Call, a steward, without her mother's approval, and though their vows were arguably valid, the family tried to undo the union. The whole affair involved letters, church investigations, and lots of social outrage over the idea that a woman could gasp, choose her own partner, especially one who worked for her. But let's say your marriage was official. Rings, vows, priests with suspiciously thick eyebrows. Great. Now what? Well, the law expected you to fulfill your marital duties, which were mostly code for sex and shared property, but not necessarily in that order. Refusal to do so could be grounds for a separation from bed and board. Basically, medieval trial separation, still married, but not expected to live together or share intimate duties. Still, divorce as we understand it wasn't on the table, not for Christians. Anyway, the church would only grant an annulment, saying the marriage had never been valid to begin with, which, as you can imagine, led to some very creative arguments. Everything from, "He's impotent," "I swear to," "We're related by fourth cousins through a goat-herding aunt." Meanwhile, in Jewish and Islamic communities, the rules could be more structured and flexible. Islamic law, for example, allowed for both men and women to initiate divorce, with systems in place for financial support and custody. Women sometimes added clauses to their marriage contracts, giving themselves more power. Imagine that a prenup, 900 years ahead of schedule. In Ashkenazi Jewish communities, men technically held the power of the get-divorce writ, but communal rabbinic authorities often intervened on behalf of women to prevent abuse. Again, historians still debate whether these systems genuinely helped women or just appeared more progressive on paper. And then there's the matter of coverture, the legal principle where, upon marriage, a woman's identity was effectively absorbed into her husband's, no separate property, no contracts in her name. She became, wait for it, a female covert. Yes, that literally means covered woman, romantic, if you're into metaphorical smothering. But, and here's the twist, not every woman accepted that quietly. In merchant towns, widows and wives often ran businesses, kept accounts, and negotiated trade deals. In practice, many worked side by side with their husbands, or even independently. So once again, the rules weren't always the reality. Of course, for women at the very bottom, serfs, unfree laborers, and the enslaved, the laws often didn't apply. Or rather, they applied only when it was convenient for someone in power. Marriages could be arranged, broken, or ignored entirely based on the whims of lords or the needs of labor quotas. These stories are harder to find, buried in manorial records or half-erased oral traditions, but they remind us that not everyone had the luxury of worrying about love or annulment. Some were just trying to keep the barley from rotting. So there you are, standing in this imaginary courtroom, roosters still watching from the sill. Marriage in the Middle Ages wasn't a fairy tale. It was a social contract draped in veils and candles, upheld by rules that were as flexible as wet parchment and just as likely to tear. And yet, somehow, people still loved, still risked everything for a kiss in the orchard, still whispered vows and hoped for the best, maybe not so different from now, really just with more goats and fewer legally binding emojis. You step out of the courtroom, the door creaking shut behind you. The night is thick with silence now. One more breath, one more glance at the stars over a slanted thatched roof. Somewhere in this town, a couple is falling asleep together, or apart, or perhaps not really married at all, and nobody's entirely sure.